you're on vacation late at night that you've got time to call me.
No, no, no. Well, actually, my wife would say that we actually weren't on vacation. It's just that I changed locales for my phone.
I work on vacation.
Well, that was a fun game.
It's a great game, huh?
Okay. Can you hear me?
They just need to speak really like close to it.
Okay.
We'll now enter into the public session of the High-Speed Rail Authority Board meeting. We had a closed session earlier. We convened the meeting at 8 o'clock, had a closed session so that some of our new members could come up to speed on some of the issues facing us. We did call the roll at that time, and what I'd like to do, we did defer the Pledge of Allegiance at that point. So what I'd like to do is ask you all now to rise and join me in the Pledge of Allegiance. Thank you. Before we get started, we have been graced with the presence of a new member of our board appointed by the Rules Committee of the Senate, and that is Rick Frank, who has joined us. He is a professor at University of California, Davis, specializing in environmental law and policy. And although he's been informally sworn in, if we have the oath of office somewhere, because I just realized that I was going to do this and I may end up being Justice Roberts screwing up the oath. Do we have that? I don't suppose anybody happened to bring that with them, did they? I didn't think of this until now. All right, we'll do that at some later date. It was a great idea that was not well executed. Yeah, I know. Or the ones you've administered. Okay, so with that, let me just then say that he has been sworn in. And so, Rick, welcome to the board. I don't know if you'd like to make any introductory remarks at this point, but please feel free.
Just that I'm delighted to be here, and obviously a very talented board, and I hope I don't bring down the collective IQ and talent level of this deliberative body.
I think that most of us would think that's unlikely, but some of the audience might think it's asymptotically close to zero at this point. But in any case, all right, well, thank you. And this means now, thanks to the efforts of the Speaker last month and the Pro Tem and the Senate Rules Committee this month, we now have, for the first time in the 2 years I've been here, a fully constituted board of the California High-Speed Rail Authority. So we're very happy about that. We are going to proceed to public comment, but I'm just going to take a moment before we do. It's obviously a matter of public record that between our last board meeting and this one, a number of significant things have happened with respect to the high-speed rail program. We're going to talk about some of those today. But one of the things that did happen was that there was a decision by the Superior Court in Sacramento, the Honorable Judge Michael Kinney, that had some impact on the high-speed rail program. It's just been widely reported, but not necessarily widely understood. So since I suspect some people here today are both interested in and wish to comment on that, I thought it might help us before we open up for public comment to just ask our General Counsel, Tom Falens, to take a moment and tee up for us your understanding of the ruling and its import, and then we can have further discussion later on. So, Counsel, Mr. Falens?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'll just report that Judge Kinney found there were a couple deficiencies in the November 2011 business plan or funding plan that the High-Speed Rail Authority had submitted to the legislature and the governor. And after they received that funding plan, the legislature subsequently appropriated Prop 1A funds on numerous inputs, not just the funding plan, but it included our revised business plan. And the judge confirmed that the legislature's authority to act in that regard and to appropriate those funds. And then finally, the judge has asked for supplemental briefing to be filed. That first brief will be due this Monday by those on the other side of the case.
Okay. Let me just say we certainly take the judge's opinion very seriously here, and we are proceeding in accordance with his limitations and instructions, and we'll have more to say about that at the appropriate time. With that, we will turn now to public comment, and as we always do, we are going to take public comment in the order in which it's received, but we do accord our our elected officials and appointed officials some preference in that. So I'm going to turn first to, I think, the senior elected official in the room, which is Councilmember Steve Cohen from the Sacramento City Council. Mr. Cohen, good morning.
Thank you very much, Chair Richard, members of the board. Congratulations, Mr. Frank, on a well-deserved appointment. I'm here on behalf of the mayor and council of the city of Sacramento, but also to a larger extent on behalf of the entire Sacramento region to speak in support of the high-speed rail blended plan that has been approved by the legislature and the governor. And I'm sure you'll be ably represented in court as litigation proceeds. But I want to speak from a policy standpoint why the blended plan makes a lot of sense and I think furthers the intent of voters when they pass Prop 1A. From our standpoint, representing a 2.5 million population region, looking at the blended plan is a much more efficient and better way to serve all of the state, including population centers in Sacramento and San Diego that are part of phase 2, but weren't originally part of phase 1 in the original plan. Yet under the blended plan, by integrating much better with existing corridors, including in Northern California, the Capital Corridor and the ACE and the San Joaquin intercity passenger rail corridors, you actually bring a much more comprehensive system that will be much better utilized by the public and the ridership. So I think you're on the right track and urge you to keep moving forward. Thank you.
Thank you, Council Member. We appreciate that and appreciate the opportunity to work with the City of Sacramento, particularly on the developments here in town around the station.
You bet. We're definitely going to do our best to put as much smart growth development within walking distance of our rail station.
You guys might think about having some kind of arena downtown.
We're giving some thought to that.
Okay.
Yes.
Thank you very much.
All right. Thank you.
All right. Okay. Next, we are privileged to have our new Secretary of Transportation, Brian Kelly, who has just been confirmed unanimously by the state Senate for that position as the first transportation secretary in the history of California. Mr. Kelly, thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Good morning. Good morning, members of the board. Appreciate the opportunity to be here this morning. I thought I would take a few minutes this morning to address the board and really sort of update you and the public, take this opportunity to update the public on recent changes that we've had in the governance of the state's transportation system. It, of course, affects my agency and certainly, as you just referenced, affects me personally. I wanted to just spend a few minutes talking about some of the goals and objectives we have under the new agency and the very important part that this project plays in meeting those goals and objectives. During the confirmation process in the state Senate, I was asked to describe in a word the goals that we have for transportation policy in California. The word I chose was modernize. There are many parts of our system that needs modernization, and this includes the statutes that govern our transportation policy, the governance itself of our transportation policy, funding of our transportation policy, and really, and very relevant to what you all do, how we invest in transportation infrastructure in California. The agency itself was created again effective July 1st through the governor's reorganization plan number 2 last year. Effective July 1st, we became the State Transportation Agency. Before that, we were known as the Business Transportation Housing Agency, and under that construct, we had 12 departments that ranged everything from transportation-related departments to housing, to business oversight, corporations, financial institutions. We even served on the Invasive Species Council, so we were a very broad agency, and I think some criticism of that may have been that the agency lacked a core focus. Well, that is the case no more. The State Transportation Agency, as of July 1st, has 7 departments and commissions and boards within its jurisdiction, including the High-Speed Rail Authority, the California Transportation Commission, which are 2 new entrants to the agency umbrella. We continue to oversee the California Department of Transportation, California Highway Patrol, Department of Motor Vehicles, Office of Traffic Safety, and the Board of Pilot Commissioners, which is a commission in the Bay Area that helps freighters come in and out of the San Francisco Bay. Under the new agency, we've described our objectives and goals as helping guide state transportation policy through its current stage of transition to a place where the state is well positioned to meet not just our mobility and safety objectives, but also our sustainability objectives. And I really think this is a new call and a new duty of transportation policy in California. For years and years, we've built a transportation system that was focused heavily on mobility and safety improvements, and increasingly with the passage of laws like AB 32 and SB 375, we also have to meet important stewardship and sustainability objectives. And I think this project, the high-speed rail project, is an important element of that. We're also working to stabilize the state's transportation funding system, reform the transportation departments to a place of greater emphasis on customer service and stewardship of taxpayer dollars. In that vein, we've started a review, an external review of the California Department of Transportation in order to sort of update and improve the functionality of that rather large department. We are partnering with our regional agencies to implement programs designed to improve air quality and curb greenhouse gas emissions. And a key objective in that fight is to integrate the high-speed rail project into the state's existing transportation system, including connectivity to and modernization of regional and urban rail providers. I just want to make a comment on that and how important I think this project is toward modernizing that system. Today in California, and really the case over the past 30 years, public transportation ridership has been fairly flat. Year over year, you see ridership improvements of about 1%, and that's been the case, again, over the course of the last 30 years. We need a game changer in order to move people more efficiently, to move people in a way where we are meeting those air quality objectives we have. And really, I think that's the place where this project is so important. We have rather sophisticated commuter rail and bus systems in the urban centers of California in both the northern and southern part of the state. And what's missing is an efficient, fast, and clean interregional system to connect those two regions. And that, to me, is the promise of this project, offering a viable alternative of travel for folks between the urban centers in a way that is fast and clean, as I said earlier, helps us meet not just our mobility and safety benefits, but importantly, our sustainability benefits. I do want to commend you, Mr. Chairman, and the board for the direction you've taken this project toward a more cooperative view and work with our local governments and federal partners. And there's been no shortage of momentum that the authority has achieved under your leadership. The authority has strengthened its organization by bringing in talented employees and working with other state departments and agencies. The authority completed contract selection for the first construction segment with a winning bid that saved taxpayers hundreds of millions of dollars. The authority has resolved challenges to the project, including reaching an agreement with many agricultural interests to preserve agricultural land and mitigate environmental impacts of the project. The authority executed its first construction contract with the joint venture Tudor Perini, Parsons and Zachary for construction from Madera to Fresno. Even former critics, like the state auditor and the independent peer review group, have commented favorably on the progress of this project, and most recently the federal GAO found the revised ridership and cost methodologies to be reasonable and sound. That's important momentum for a very important project if we're to meet our transportation objectives in California. I'm pleased with the opportunity to be here today and just wanted to comment on how important I think this project is for what we're doing going forward and the objectives we're trying to reach in transportation, and I commend you for your leadership in that regard. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you very much, Secretary Kelly. We appreciate those remarks, and I know we said at the time when the governor proposed his reorganization plan number 2 to reorganize transportation agencies that we thought that was a very wise approach, bringing high-speed rail under the umbrella of the state's transportation agencies. I know that Mr. Morales, our CEO, has forged very effective working relationships with sister agencies and with your secretary's secretariat level, and we look forward to doing that and working with you. And for those who don't know Secretary Kelly, he's widely viewed as a person who has the greatest grasp on California's myriad transportation programs, and we're all fortunate that the governor appointed you and the legislature confirmed you, so we appreciate very much.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
You're coming today. Thank you. I will check. I don't see any other elected or appointed officials at this point, and so we'll go in order through the public comment list. First will be Greg Dornbach from the Operating Engineers Local 3, followed by Frank Oliveira, and then followed by Shelley Andronigian. Mr. Dornbach. Oh, thank you.
Thank you, Board, for letting us make this comment. With Operating Engineers Local 3, and we support many construction workers that would benefit by this project, and we just want to say we very much support this project. That's it.
Thank you, Mr. Dornbach. Appreciate it. Mr. Oliveira, good morning.
Good morning. Frank Oliveira, Citizens for California High-Speed Rail Accountability. I don't want to be kind of a doomsdayer, but every time I come here, I kind of end up being one. For 28 months, I've come with one consistent message, that stuff went wrong on May 5th of 2011. Your staff fabricated a report, the Alternative Analysis Report, for the Fresno to Bakersfield section. We requested that you repair that document, and we're where we are now today, because that never was. Bottom line is that report was fabricated. Later, in January of 2012, we were treated to a station planning report, which was fabricated. We brought that to the board's attention. That if misinformation is continually provided, the foundation of this project will collapse. What's happened is, in this legal case, again, it's more than a big problem. You guys didn't do a finance report, and that's where the problem was. You were required to do that. It's more than that. You were required to do the proper environmental work and get it done first. You didn't do that. This project will continue to fail because it's built on a bad foundation. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Oliveira. Ms. Andronigian, good morning.
Good morning, Mr. Richard. Welcome, Mr. Frank, and good morning, members of the board. Good morning, everyone. My name is Shelley Andronigian. I am the granddaughter of Armenian immigrants who came to America to escape persecution at the hands of the Turks. The Turkish people pillaged Armenia because of religion and the rich land in the region. Both of my parents' families lost relatives and property there. Their folks moved to Fresno County because the land and climate reminded them of the old country. The Central Valley, once home to such notable Armenians as Sherilyn Sarkisian and Jerry Tarkanian, along with the late William Saroyan and Vada Samoyan, became the new homeland. In the early 1930s, my maternal grandfather was taken out of his modest home in the Easton District, which is in Fresno County, in the middle of the night and forced to sign an agreement for his raisins. The local company's logo is of a bonneted brunette. Flash forward to 2013, and the immigrant family from Cambodia, who is being strong-armed to sell their small business in Fresno County at half the assessed value to make way for a high-speed train in California, a train that is already in violation of Proposition 1A, as ruled by Sacramento County Superior Court Judge Michael P. Kenny several weeks ago. There are other small businesses, along with churches, communities, dairies, farms, homes, and schools in the Central Valley that remain in the proposed paths, including individuals who have made California their new homeland over the years, now being adversely affected. We are a nation of immigrants, and the grandchildren still feel the strong ties. They want to continue their businesses and livelihoods for future generations. My paternal grandmother, who did not speak English, had to deal with a number of situations as a female business owner who was also a young widow raising a farm family during the Depression era. I personally know of a small business owner right now in Fresno County who has been targeted by the authority because she is not male. I kindly ask each of you as authority board members, chairman and CEO included, and everyone else affiliated with the California High-Speed Rail project to start treating all in the proposed pathways with respect. Please stop taking advantage of everyone, especially those whose first language is not English. It may have worked nearly 100 years ago, but this is the 21st century. Bullying, lying to, and trying to cheat those in the proposed paths of the California High-Speed Rail to make the largest flawed infrastructure project in the world happen at any cost confirms the desperation of those at every level who are involved. It's time to wipe the slate clean. You'll earn the respect of everyone, and including yourself. And for the record, I love trains. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Andronikian. Robert Allen, followed by Matt Schroeder.
I plead with you again to abandon the blended rail concept of having high-speed rail on Caltrain tracks. It is extremely dangerous, and it would be certainly not reliable. It's much better to go up the Mulford line that Amtrak uses from Santa Clara to Oakland and then on up to Sacramento. At Bart's Bay, Trans-Bay line crosses over the UP Amtrak Capital Corridor line at the I-80, I-880 7th Street interchange. It's about half a mile west of West Oakland BART station. And there's if you had an intermodal station where those cross, and I've shown on the map I gave you four schematics, you would be able to have a tremendous connectivity. I would suggest you call this the San Francisco Bay Rail Hub. You would have direct connection between BART train about every 2 or 3 minutes or so, 4 minutes, to San Francisco, there are several dozen BART stations that would be connected directly to the high-speed rail station there. I would suggest that you have that as an interim high-speed rail San Francisco station. Make it this San Francisco Bay Rail Hub. If it's necessary to go over to cross the bay in order to fulfill the demands of the legislation, well, so be it. But at least have an interim thing where BART crosses over what could be a high-speed rail line but connecting directly between San Jose, Santa Clara, and Sacramento. I've given a number of reasons that I have for that in this brochure I handed out. Thank you.
Thank you, Bob. I want you to know I did read this, and you and I can have a conversation about this at some point. Matt Schroeder, followed by John Toss.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Appreciate having the opportunity to speak before you and the committee members. My name is Matt Schrader. I'm a 4th generation Californian, and my sons are the 5th generation. I was raised by my grandfather, and the stories of the Depression and the things that have occurred in the past prior to my existence. I've seen the changes in California through the years. I'm in the construction industry myself as a heavy equipment operator. When you look at the big picture and you talk to the people who own construction outfits and the California Air Research Board and the restrictions that are going to be coming upon us, there is no way with the population in California that if we don't start thinking out of the box and start looking at the bigger picture, we're running out of highways, we're running out of fuel, we're trying to teach people to go green and live the right lifestyle and to do the right thing. And we have naysayers and people that don't think that this can get done. There's always going to be obstacles. but to have the right people in the right positions to look at the bigger picture and to do what's right for the common good of the whole is more important than worrying about minor details about papers that aren't getting shoveled through, where the pennies are, falling through the cracks. And it's not perfect, but we got to do something. And instead of wasting time fighting back and forth, we need to sit down and work together and move this forward. And I commend every one of you up there to take in all these considerations and to look at the bigger picture and do the right thing. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Schrader. John Toss, followed by Ted Hart.
Good morning, one and all. I had no intention of coming here today, but I keep reading in the paper where the Governor Brown and the Railroad Authority do not acknowledge the decision that was rendered by Judge Kinney. Let me read one sentence by the judge. Having exercised its independent judgment in this matter as authorized by law, the court concludes that the authority abused its discretion by approving a funding plan that did not comply with the requirements of the law. I propose that all of you, when you go to work, which you are today, are breaking the law. It's exactly what you are doing. But I see a bigger problem here. For some reason, Governor Brown and you, Chairman, and the board think you're above the law. You think you're above the law, that big government is above the common folk like I am. When I went to school, the judicial system was the ultimate authority, the courts and the judges, but evidently not today. It reminds me of Hitler in the 1930s when he set out to annihilate the Jews and take over the world. That's what you folks are doing to the San Joaquin Valley from where we are from. You're going to annihilate, you're going to destroy.
Excuse me, Mr. Toss. Mr. Toss, hold on a second. Hold on a second. Let me just say something, sir. I want to make sure we're very clear here. This is a time for public to come and speak to us. You have a right as a citizen to address this board. You have a right to challenge and criticize our actions, to make recommendations, and to tell us that our policies, our procedures, our decisions are wrong. And it is our job to listen, and it's not our job to in any way chill the public's right to speak on those issues. That does not extend to personal or ad hominem attacks. And I will just say to you, sir, that that last comment is inappropriate and unacceptable. Anything else you want to say to us with respect to our policies, our decisions, and our actions, you're allowed to state. But I'm going to rule you out of order on any comments that are personal or ad hominem of the nature of the one you just made. So please proceed, but I ask you to respect that.
Okay, I can accept that, and I apologize.
Thank you.
As far as remedies, on November the 8th, there will be a remedy hearing. And I would suggest that at that hearing, common sense prevails, and maybe we can learn from our past mistakes. I would hope that we could put this project back on a ballot and let the people of California vote one more time now that we know what the actual project is going to consist of. Back in 2008, we were to receive federal money, state money, and private money. As I understand it, the federal money is going to dry up. There is no private money, and so the citizens of California are going to bear the brunt of this project. The 2008 ballot, $33 billion was mentioned. The Bay Bridge has just been completed. It went 6 times over. If that would happen here, we're looking at a $200 billion project. I proposed the route would go on Interstate 5, not through the heart of the valley. When we voted in 2008, we were promised it would go down an existing corridor. In our neck of the woods, it is not doing that. It is going willy-nilly through our countryside, destroying towns, farms, homes, businesses, you name it. It's all being destroyed. Walnut orchards, fruit orchards, vineyards, it's all being destroyed. And God has only made so much farmland, and we want to keep that. To me, I-5 would be the most logical place to go. The state already owns most of that land, and it can be a direct shot from San Francisco to LA and vice versa. I would like to close with a short brief from our 26th president, Teddy Roosevelt, and he wrote this in 1909. And he was talking about our national forests at that time, but I want to equate it to our Central Valley at this time. Quote from Teddy Roosevelt: "Here is your country, cherish these natural wonders, cherish the natural resources, cherish the history and romance as a sacred heritage for your children and your children's children. Do not let selfish man or greedy interests skin your country of its beauty, its riches, or its romance." I think we need to keep our valley looking like it is. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Toss. Ted Hart, followed by Robin Seward. Mr.
Good
Hart,
morning. I won't drift off into some of those comments. I had passed out to you the pamphlet or the general election from 2008. The purpose in doing that is you have 2 new board members, and I'm not suggesting that you may not have seen those in 2008, but I'd like to go back and revisit this. And the reason I want to revisit it is that there are some points in here that are very germane. And first off, what we're looking at right now, this whole Prop 1A and the system is moving down 2 paths. Moving down a legal path, we're also moving down a moral path. And what I would like to address is the moral path. The legal path will take care of itself. It'll be sorted out. But if you will bear with me and go back to 2008, you've just received this and you're looking at it. As you look at it, what you see is the arguments for, arguments against. And it mentions the $9.95 billion in bond money. As you move through this, the question comes up, how much is this going to cost in total? As you move, keeping in mind, this is all the voter had at that moment in time, and as you move through it, if you want to skip forward to page 5, you will see the only mention of a total cost of this project. And that is the board, at the authority board at that moment in time, and the number that was assigned to that was $45 billion. Now, the issue here is that we now are looking at a cost, as everyone knows, of $68 billion. The question is that when this came forward with the voter, he's expecting a $45 billion project. Somewhere along the line, that got derailed into a $68 billion project. So what happens if you've got $45 billion here, and now you're told it's $68 billion over there? And you've been asked to vote on the $45 billion project, and it's now turned into the $68 billion. That is the classic bait and switch. It is, you could call it anything else you might want to call it, but that's really what it boils down to. As you look at the entire package, the question is, do you just accept the fact that it's $68 billion? My question of all of you is, where did the $68 billion come from? Where do you have the authorization to move forward on a $68 billion project, when all that the vote was on a $45 billion. What you're starting with is $23 billion over budget before you even put down the first spike. It's an interesting position, and so far, and I've attended all the board meetings, hearings, et cetera, for the past 3 years. But we never seem to be able to get around to it. It's as busy as everybody is, and I know all you people are working hard at what you're trying to do, but we lose sight of the fact that where did the authorization come from? Just because Governor Brown decided that it dropped from 98 billion to 68 billion, the 68 billion now is the given number? So I would ask at some point in time for some sort of a clarification on this. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Hart. I hope I pronounced the first name correct. Is it Robin? Yes, Ms. Seward. Thank you. Followed by Emily Finkel. Good morning.
Good morning. I would like to thank the board and all the people spearheading efforts to bring high-speed rail to California. We need to reduce gas emissions, relieve traffic fatalities, and reduce traffic congestion and free up people to actually enjoy their travel over long distances in a way that will afford them time with their families, friends, and business associates while eating a slice of lemon meringue pie. Thank you for your perseverance and vision in developing a system to be proud of every step along the way. It is through small, diligent steps a monumental task is completed. I was the first person, let alone woman, to pass the professional ski instructor's exam of level 1 from Sugar Bowl in 25 years. I was at the first World Cup for snowboarding, and I want to be there when the first American high-speed railway comes to California. So when is it going to happen? China built theirs in their high-speed rail in 5 years. I hope that more people come to realize that America needs high-speed rail, and it is not just a pipe dream. Coming all the way from Yuba City and fighting commuter traffic, I am thankful that high-speed rail planned their meeting location to be close to light rail, parking, and good eats. It was a breeze to get here, and once I got to the light rail station, I look forward to a great experience when I ride high-speed rail. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I'm tempted to ask when you say you want to be here when it operates how old you are, but I'm not going to ask that question. Thank you, Ms. Finkel. Yes. Oh, Ms. Finkel now. I'm sorry. Thank you. Ms. Seward, excuse me. Ms. Finkel, I'm sorry. I'm a little bit behind.
My name is Emily Finkel. I'm with the Bay Area Council. Council represents hundreds of the largest employers in the Bay Area. First, we just want to congratulate the authority for signing the Central Valley contract. Bay Area business community recognizes the importance of this generational infrastructure investment, but we also recognize that when doing something as challenging as building a statewide high-speed rail system, there will be some bumps in the road. So we want to commend the authority and the governor for remaining steadfast and committed to delivering this project. The Bay Area Council, Bay Area business community, we're staying ready to offer our assistance as appropriate as the project goes forward. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Next is Don Sepulveda, followed by Andrew Wood, followed by Kevin Dayton. Morning, Mr. Sepulveda.
Good morning, Mr. Chair. Good morning, directors, and welcome, Mr. Frank. Congratulations on your appointment. It is an exciting time for high-speed rail. We're moving forward with a project that's long past due. And I appreciate the leadership that your board is doing in standing up for what is right. And we just saw a perfect example of standing up for what was right. And I think that you guys are going above and beyond the cause in doing so. The business plan, the 2012 business plan, identified advanced investment in other parts of the state rather than just the Central Valley. And with that, it made a significant move forward in bringing the benefits of high-speed rail to communities up and down the state of California, because that's what this is about. This is about benefit to communities up and down the state of California. With the advanced investment that we are going to be doing in Southern California as well as Northern California, but I'll speak frankly towards Southern California, we are going to be providing benefits to communities. They're going to have short-term benefits along existing high-speed rail corridors for the existing transportation systems, as well as long-term benefits as providing advanced construction for infrastructure for high-speed rail. The initial operating segment is going to reach the San Fernando Valley in 2022. In order for that to happen, we need to work together to advance these projects aggressively. We appreciate the partnership that we have with the High-Speed Rail Authority and your staff. Your staff has been a tremendous benefit in moving projects forward. We have projects moving forward in Los Angeles County that will directly benefit high-speed rail, and these are the first work that's going to be done in Los Angeles County for high-speed rail. And as we move forward in making this project real, we look forward to working with you as partners in bringing this great project, and again, standing for what's right for Southern California. Appreciate the time talking with you. Have a great day.
Thank you very much. Andrew Wood, followed by Kevin Dayton.
Good morning. Thank you, Chairman Richard, members of the board, and CEO Jeff Morales. I'm Andrew Wood. I'm the Chief of Next Generation Integration for Amtrak's Northeast Corridor Infrastructure Group. And I'm here today to thank the authority for the support and continued partnership with us at Amtrak. And particularly, I'm here to urge you to support item number 7 on your agenda today regarding the purchase of future train sets. As you are aware, on the 17th of January this year, Amtrak and the authority officially partnered for the advance of high-speed trains in the US. And together, we issued a request for information, an RFI, where we joined forces to identify train sets that can serve both Amtrak in the Northeast Corridor and the authority's high-speed rail route. We think that this makes a lot of sense economically. We share in the costs of the procurement, and we will benefit from the economies of scale by us joining forces and working together as we move forward. We're pleased to say there was a considerable amount of interest from industry, and the manufacture of trains in the country will allow for us to create jobs, high-paid jobs in the high-speed rail industry, and bring manufacturing facilities here to us in the US, which we're very keen to see. Amtrak and the authority both investing heavily in high-speed rail, Amtrak on the Northeast Corridor and you here. For more than 150 years, rail really has been the backbone of the country. And we're keen that high-speed rail, which has proved its value in economic terms around the world, comes here, and that Amtrak and California together can support this request for proposal for new train sets as we jointly stride forward together. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Wood. We certainly appreciate you trekking out from Philadelphia for that, and we were very excited when our CEO and Mr. Boardman signed that agreement, and look forward to it. I do have to say my wife is somewhat concerned with your next-gen plans, taking the train inland from Connecticut. She visits her parents in New London, and she wants to talk to you about that, but we'll save that for another day. Mr. Dayton, good morning.
Good morning. Kevin Dayton, President and CEO of Labor Issue Solutions based in Roseville. And I was at the Kings Arena press conference last week with Councilman Cohn, and I was reminded of high-speed rail at the time because what has happened with the Kings Arena is a deal was made behind the scenes and a project labor agreement was put in place for the job where all contractors have to sign an agreement with the unions and get their workers from the unions and pay fringe benefits to the union trust funds as a condition of working on the project. We have the same thing, of course, going on here. What's frustrating for me is I've been fighting project labor agreements in California since 1997, and union officials, I think, are getting a good laugh because now they've figured out a way to get these put into place without having to bring the project labor agreement proposal up for a public vote. And we've seen the same thing with the Kings Arena, with the high-speed rail, with the San Diego Convention Center, where a lawsuit was filed in order to get the insider deal that was made between the mayor and the unions. Also with the Judicial Council's Administrative Office of the Court, San Diego County Courthouse. 4 big infrastructure projects where a project labor agreement was done behind the scenes with no public input. Now, I'll give credit to the High-Speed Rail Authority. You did put your project labor agreement up on the website, which is excellent because I'm sure that there will have to be a lawsuit against the city of Sacramento to get the Kings one. But I ask you again, if this project labor agreement is so great and it's repeatedly promoted in the news media, especially in Fresno, why didn't it ever come up for a vote? Why can't there be a discussion about it, deliberation, so that the pros and cons are presented to all the people and you can make an informed decision? Too many behind-the-scenes deals going on. So I ask you at some point, please put this on the agenda. Let us talk about it. I mean, if it's so good, let's talk about the pros and cons. I have a second more mundane item that I don't think affects high-speed rail support or opposition in any way, but I'm interested in it because I think it's of policy significance actually for the entire country. You have a resolution up today. We're going to have a $160 million contingency, and it was originally 140 when it was put in the capital cost estimate, but it's apparently been increased $20 million because there's a Buy America provision that the feds have now put on as a regulation. And this is interesting to me because I was thinking if the High-Speed Rail Authority is increasing this $20 million because of a Buy America, what is it that the utilities were going to buy from a foreign country but are now going to buy from the United States at a cost of $20 million more? It seems to me, when these things come up for a vote, of course, in Congress or anywhere, everybody loves Buy America. And this is a chance to say, well, yes, we like Buy America, but it's going to cost us. And here is a specific example of it, $20 million for those utility relocations. They were going to buy this from China, and now they're buying it from the United States. So when you get to that, I hope your staff will be open and say, here are the things that were going to be bought from China that are now coming from America, and it's going to cost $20 million more. I think it would be good for the people to know about that. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Dayton. Next is Steve Laird, followed by Rebecca Long. Mr. Laird. OE3, Mr. Laird, okay. Oh, I'm sorry, sir.
Good morning, and thank you for the chance to speak.
Of course.
Mr. Chairman and the board. I represent 30,000 members of the Operating Engineers Union, and we support this project. California voted on this project, and we all said yes. Let's get building on it. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Laird. Ms. Long, Rebecca Long, followed by, take my glasses off here, Thea Shelby.
Good morning, Chair Richard, members of the board. My name is Rebecca Long. I'm a legislative analyst with the Metropolitan Transportation Commission, the 9-county San Francisco Bay Area Metropolitan Planning Organization. And I'm just here today to support your decision to proceed with construction of the initial operating segment and also the local transit connectivity projects. I think you're all well aware that you've been authorized by the voters and by the legislature with an updated business plan to move forward in public works projects in particular. Time is money. The Bay Bridge was mentioned earlier. I think that's a perfect illustration that the more that we dawdle, despite concerns of the public, the more the project costs will go up. So we support you moving forward. The MTC is a strong supporter of high-speed rail statewide, and we're also very much counting on Prop 1A funds to deliver Caltrain electrification, which, as you know, is a prerequisite to the blended system on the peninsula, as well as improving service of Caltrain itself, which is enjoying dramatic increases in ridership, actually an 11% increase in the past year. So we urge you to move forward, keep the project on track, and thank you for the opportunity to be here today.
Thank you, Ms. Long, and please convey to Mr. Heminger and his colleagues our congratulations on the opening of the new east span of the Bay Bridge. Thea Shelby, followed by Alan Scott.
Good morning. Thank you all for allowing us to be here. My name is Thea Selby, and I'm with Californians for High-Speed Rail. And I wanted to stand up today and urge you to move forward with the groundbreaking. We're very excited and have many people excited in both the Bay Area and Los Angeles about taking trains up to Fresno and being there for the groundbreaking. We would pledge our support to help rally the troops, and we really feel like we need this momentum, and this is a great way to do it. We also encourage the authority to strongly consider incorporating RIF and other available financing tools to future funding plans. We think this may be the key to project acceleration, and we want this to happen as quickly as possible. Thank you.
Thanks, Ms. Selby, and I apologize. I think I mispronounced your name when you were coming down. I'm sorry. Mr. Scott, good morning, followed by Mike Robeson.
Good morning. You're not wearing your shirt.
I got mine in the drawer.
You do?
I'd wear it to one of the meetings, but I think the staff would have a heart attack.
Had to get it in there. Anyway, my name is Alan Scott. I'm a founding member of the California Citizens for California High-Speed Rail Accountability in Kings County. Is the heart of the agricultural business world. I opened the meeting back in August with the word why. And speaker before me brought up the 2008 proposition. And speakers before me excuse me, have said, just continue, hope you get more funding, words to those effects. I grew up in Massachusetts. I grew up in the heart of the American Revolution. I grew up where Paul Revere rode. I grew up where Bunker Hill was a massacre at one time. I grew up around Salem, Lexington, Concord, with the Patriots. The school I went to, our mascot was the Colonials. Back on August 16th, Judge Kenney, the Honorable Judge Kenney, made a ruling. And within minutes, there was a statement by you, Mr. Chairman, and shortly after by Mr. Morales, the CEO, and then a few days later by the governor. And I remembered, I started reflecting back on my history because I had a very good history teacher, and I lived in the history, and I embraced it, and I loved it. And we are a constitutional republic, and we follow and obey laws. The individuals who made comments clearly were demonstrated contempt for the judge's ruling. Now, you may not have meant that, but the perception of the people, because I've talked to people across this state, because I have a great network right now, and the perception is, how the heck, and one of the speakers before said something to that, two of them have said something, and I find it repugnant that we just sit there and we can say, okay, the judge spoke, but we're going to speak above the judge. Now, I understand the process behind that, but it really bothers me that that happened. And now we've got this blended system. We've got, Mr. Hart showed you, gave you the proposition. People have come up here and said more funding and so on and so forth. Well, I agree with Mr. Hart. The bill said $44 billion. Not 107, not 98, not 68. It said 44. It hasn't gone back to the voters. It needs to go back to the voters. We are working on a system that is exactly flawed, and I really believe with a blended system, you now should change the name of this as the California Alternative Amtrak Train Project. You're not going to be able to get the speeds up. You're not going to be able to get the 2 hours and 40 minutes by Prop 1A. And right now, if you look at your map and you draw the squigglies and the curves and everything else, you just can't do it. And I think it needs to go back to the voters right now. And I'll close with this. 3 of the engineers from the authority showed up in Layton 3 weeks ago, 4 weeks ago. And they had maps. They played the maps out, everything else. This residence and engineer says, this isn't right. It's not the same map that I have in my office, the map that they had. So the bottom line is, what they didn't know is there was 3 rivers instead of 2. That crossing the river had to change now, and they had to go higher on the viaduct. And it was kind of a real cluster. It was embarrassing to the people they were talking to because they expected some continuity and some facts. And what they got was, we have to go back. So I heard already that we've got some issues with transparency and so on and so forth. But it's really bad when you have engineers show up at a property and the maps don't even match what's going on, and it is totally erroneous what they tried to talk about. They couldn't talk about it. They couldn't finish the process. So basically, the homeowner wasted some time. Thank you very much for your time.
Thank you, Mr. Scott. I see the CEO is making notes, so obviously we're going to look into that. Mike Robeson, followed by David Schweig.
Good morning. Mike Robeson. I'm here on behalf of the Peninsula Corridor Joint Powers Board, which you know is Caltrain. The board asked me to come today to share news about their system and to let you know that thanks to the high-speed rail project and the cooperation of your board, there's a lot happening on the peninsula. Last week, Caltrain began installing their advanced signal system that makes their system, one of the first in the country to be on pace to meet the deadline for federally mandated safety improvements. Early next year, Caltrain is going to release their draft EIR for electrification on the Peninsula Corridor, which will accommodate cleaner, faster, more efficient trains with more frequent service and for their passengers. These improvements on their system are desperately needed. Caltrain has record ridership, and without modernization of their system, they just would not be able to meet the demands of their passengers. And wanted to just basically remind you and your stakeholders that none of this would be possible without the cooperation of the Authority Board, your staff, and the appropriation from Prop 1A in the 2012 Budget Act. And next year, Caltrain is going to be celebrating their 150th anniversary of service on the peninsula. It's a time to celebrate their past, but it's also a time to look forward to their future. And with the help of the High Speed Rail Authority and the High Speed Rail Project, they have a bright future. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Mr. Schwagel, followed by Kurt Evans.
Fellow leaders, David Schwagel, here to encourage moving forward, full speed ahead, leveraging the Prop 1A noncompliance ruling and the AB 32 2020 deadline to get this entire project up and running immediately, as soon as humanly possible, so that Americans will fall in love with this new form of transportation and related projects will be accelerated nationwide. Remind the purse string holders who are skeptical of the remaining $60 billion balance that this year alone, China will invest $85 billion in high-speed rail alone. During that same year time frame, Americans will be wasting $120 billion in roadway congestion, $250 billion in roadway collisions, and $90 billion in deficient and deteriorating transit systems. Now, while we may not be fully up and running by November 5th, the U.S. High-Speed Rail Association Conference, I encourage all of us to go down to Los Angeles anyway for that conference at Metro headquarters and engage in meaningful dialogue on hot topics, particularly the $10 billion Bakersfield to Palmdale project of the century, as once we get over that hurdle, we essentially are there with the initial operating section south. I am pleased to see on these postcards some familiar faces, so thank you in advance for your commitment. Finally, let's put the pedal to the metal right now and give Americans the balanced, state-of-the-art transportation systems they deserve. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Schwagel. Kurt Evans, followed by Marvin Dean. Good morning, sir.
Good morning, Mr. Chairman and members of the High Speed Rail Authority Board of Directors. My name is Kurt Evans, and I'm with the Santa Clara Valley Transportation Authority, or VTA for short. Thank you for the opportunity to appear before you this morning and make a few comments. VTA continues to support the high-speed rail project. We recognize the many benefits that this project will bring to the communities of California. VTA also is well aware that a project of this magnitude presents its share of challenges. We remain confident that you will successfully meet these challenges and achieve the goal of bringing high-speed rail to our state. VTA stands ready to work with you and others in the Bay Area on the early incremental investments that have been identified in your business plan for the Peninsula Corridor. As you know, these investments will modernize and electrify the Peninsula Corridor, providing immediate benefits to the Caltrain commuter rail service, in which VTA is a partner, along with Samtrans and San Francisco Muni. At the same time, these investments are necessary to prepare the corridor for blended Caltrain and high-speed rail operations in the future for the Bay Area. In closing, VTA encourages you to stay the course, to continue moving forward with the strategy articulated in your business plan. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Marvin Dean, followed by Keith Dunn. Did you take Amtrak up from Bakersfield this morning, Mr. Dean?
I drove this time.
You drove?
First of all, I want to say...
We need to do something to give you a better transportation option.
I can be here on time.
Yeah.
I want to first of all thank welcome the new board members. I see you have a full board now, and your colleagues before you and also your staff has been very supportive of small business, and we're hoping you guys to join them to continue that. I'm here to say that we're continue. The organization, I don't know if I said it, was Kern County Minority Contract Association. We represent small business that are in the Central Valley. We're based in Bakersfield, but we're looking at the entire valley from Merced to Bakersfield, and also now we're going to be talking about a conference I'm going to invite you guys to in January that we're going to be looking at the entire operating system. That would be from from the Bakersfield Palmdale, but we'll also be looking from Palmdale to San Fernando Valley, and then also going north up to Merced. So we support the project very strongly, and we would ask you to continue to go forward with this project, even though there are some concerns. But I have to say, and don't shoot the messenger, that there's concern that there needs to be more effort to make sure that more diversity on the project in terms of who's getting these contracts, because a lot of the smaller firms that of African American descent are not being included on these teams. And I believe that this is not a criticism, and I know it's not something that this board is opposed to, but I think it just needs to be said and put out there, because we all want to participate in the project, and we strongly support this project. There's a conference I spoke on. I'm going to leave some handouts with your staff, and I see the Secretary Kelly was here earlier, and he has indicated that he will attend to be one of our speakers at the event, January the 10th, unless there's the State of the Union, the Governor's State of the Union, because they haven't picked a date yet. So if there's no conflict, he tends to be there. And what we're doing is, with this year's theme, this is our 7th year that we're doing this conference, and it's mainly a public contracting conference that we hold in the Central Valley to get small business ready for these public sector contracts. High-speed rail is one, Caltran, and other things that basically a lot of these small businesses are not knowing how to access these public contracts. They do a lot of private sector work. So this forum is to try to bring all the players together so that we can get everybody in the room to build capacity for these prime contracts that are looking for the subs. And I'm going to leave that. And we're asking, and I have letters and I'll leave later, we're going to be asking the CEO, Jeff Morales, and also our chairman of the board to attend, because last year we invited you all, you had a conflict. So we're hoping maybe this year you may be able to come. So I just wanted to come and say that we continue to support the project. We're going to do everything we can to build more support on the ground in the Central Valley, that the project is proceeding now, and that we just ask that there be an effort to make sure that there's fully diversity on this project. Other than that, continue the good work and keep it full speed ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Dean. Keith Dunn, followed by Rob Carey.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Welcome to the new board members. Keith Dunn on behalf of the Association of California High-Speed Trains. I wanted to just call a highlight to some of the comments made earlier. I think it's an opportunity that this board may want to take further advantage of, and there was the mention of pie on the train. I've attended many of these meetings, and I think it's the first time I've heard mention of lemon meringue pie on the train. I think that that's a great selling point. As someone who appreciates pie, I was not aware of that policy. So I just would encourage you to take those comments to heart. I think there's great citrus
You don't
in the
realize
Central
yet that
Valley.
this is our secret plan to finance the system.
Well, as a pie enthusiast, I will be contributing to that effort. On a more serious note, I do want to thank you, Mr. Chairman, and the board for your leadership in reaching out in the Central Valley. Important efforts are always difficult. I think you can see by the comments today that they remain difficult, but I know that you're doing the work, showing up. I've seen and been at many of the hearings, most of the hearings, to know that you are taking the comments and trying to address the needs of these communities that have been in the valley for a century. The Association of California High-Speed Trains is greatly appreciative of your outreach and the effort to go and build this project. It's not often said, but the Central Valley is one of the densest population centers in the nation. It's continuing to grow, so doing nothing is not an option. Expanding freeways and roads would actually impact the farmlands even greater, so this is a great option to meet the capacity while reducing the greenhouse gas emissions. And as Secretary Kelly mentioned, a real modernization of California's system, and this is going to be certainly a flagship project for the modernization of our transportation system here in California. So I appreciate your efforts and continue to support the project. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Dunn. Rob Carrion, followed by Stacy Mortensen.
Mr. Chairman and members of the board, thank you for this time. I appreciate it. Mr. Frank, congratulations. Robert Carrion, District Representative for the Operating Engineers here in Sacramento. We represent thousands of working men and women in construction and provide professional, skilled operators to many projects throughout the state of California. I just wanted to basically say that we commend you for your efforts and everything that you guys are doing for this project. We want to wish that we want to let you know that a majority, if not all, of operating engineers and the many working men and women in construction not only wish to work on this project, but they also wish to ride this system. Please keep your vision and your goals by moving forward on this project, and thank you very much for your time.
Thank you, sir. Stacy Mortensen, welcome, followed by Michael Quigley.
Thank you. Good morning. First of all, I'd like to thank you all for receiving all of the public comments. It takes as much energy and effort as it will your deliberations and actions on the later items. I also hope you take both the positive, which probably feels good, and the critical, which probably doesn't feel good, but will be necessary for making your program stronger as you go forward. I, too, was critical of the 2011 funding plan. However, the 2012 business plan was modified based on public comment, various state stakeholder comment, and it made significant improvements in terms of realizing how you have to connect to the existing transit environment, acknowledgement for more local collaboration with local jurisdictions and community groups, and a reasonable phasing of the segments. There's still a ways to go in each of those areas, but in every iteration of your planning and programming documents, there is improvement, and I think that bodes well. The legislature and the peer review group, of which I am a member, regularly scrutinize your work products. But we both believe the 2012 business plan was improved enough to take the next phase of implementation. However, a commitment on your part to continual refinement, continual reception of public comments is critical. On a more local note, the Central Valley was very concerned about the suggested relocation of the San Joaquins that was included in the 2012 business plan. While this was a very easy solution to respond to the federal pressure for independent utility, it did not reflect the necessary local collaboration and the recognition of the great success of the San Joaquins already, which I'm sure as Secretary Kelly would tell you, we're trying to protect and preserve what we have. But in the new vein of cooperation, Director Richards, CEO Morales, your regional directors Ben and Diana, made a commitment with the new San Joaquin JPA and Caltrans to transparently explore solutions and how the evolution of the San Joaquins and the high-speed rail program will evolve together. Progress such as this will continue to generate overall support and move through the next critical phases of implementation. So I thank you for both listening to the critical information and the positives.
Thank you, Ms. Mortensen. Michael Quigley, followed by Tim Schott.
Good morning, members of the board. Excuse me. My name is Michael Quigley. I'm a Director of Government Affairs with the California Alliance for Jobs. We represent union contractor associations as well as union construction in the basic crafts of operating engineers, carpenters, and laborers. And one of the points I'd like to make today is to remind not only this body but the audience why voters passed this project in 2008. They passed this project because of the underlying transportation conditions, namely that car travel on California's interstates is increasing at 5 times the capacity, greater than capacity. To add the same capacity as high-speed rail, we'd have to build 2,300 new freeway miles, 115 new airport gates, 4 new airport runways, all of which would end up costing billions more than the high-speed rail project. These underlying conditions are still applying to California. We're still going to see tremendous population growth, and high-speed rail is one of the best ways we can meet the future transportation needs of our state. None of that has changed. That said, delivering major infrastructure projects like this are extremely difficult. They're huge logistical challenges involving tens of thousands of people, billions of dollars, multiple layers of bureaucracy. One of the elements of high-speed rail that we have seen, different than perhaps some of the previous major infrastructure projects, is that during the design and engineering phase, we've actually seen the price of the project go down rather than go up. Oftentimes, we look at the Bay Bridge, over those 10 years of deciding and engineering, we had a lot of ballooning of the scope and the price. Here we've seen this body, I think very effectively, rein that in and provide us with a project here that we're just about to break ground on that has actually less cost than what the original business plan provided for. That said, when you move to the construction phase, dollars become real. And oftentimes, you'll find that in the construction activity, your estimates become very accurate. On the Bay Bridge, for instance, the final construction awarded contract and the final price was within 5%. I think that as we are just on the cusp of breaking ground with this project, we can continue to see those sort of value engineering elements that come out of construction-related activity, as well as the realization of the economic benefits that we've talked about as hypotheticals. We are just on the cusp, and I continue to support this project and urge this body to double down and do the hard thing and continue to move this thing forward, and let's break ground this year. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Quigley. Tim Schott, followed by John Rector. How's that part strike coming, Mr. Schott?
Yeah, I'd rather talk about a different subject if you don't mind, Mr. Chair.
That's your privilege. Go ahead.
Mr. Chair and members, thank you very much for the opportunity to present. I'm here today on behalf of the San Francisco Bay Area Rapid Transit District. And the board asked me to come and simply reiterate our support for the efforts to establish high-speed rail system as part of an overall transit and transportation system in the state. With our state far ahead of others in planning of high-speed rail, the BART Board of Directors has consistently prioritized the goal of supporting federal funds to accommodate its development and to fulfill the goals established by Proposition 1A. BART and our regional partners in the Bay Area have a true partnership with the High-Speed Rail Authority and with the Governor's blueprint to enhance the connectivity of our systems. Legislation like SB 1029 has only reaffirmed the importance of having high-speed rail plan the future with the local transit systems, so investments made will work to flawlessly connect to systems in our urban areas. In addition to BART contributing $38 million of its Proposition 1A funds to help with the electrification of Caltrain to move that blended plan forward, the BART connectivity funding has also meant, 1, helping with the critical replacement of our 40-year-old fleet, 2, supporting efforts to update operations of our control system so we can increase rider capacity, and 3, helping us partner with VTA to build a new maintenance facility in Hayward that will be a critical component to the connection with high-speed rail by way of our San Jose extension, now under construction. BART is proud to be a stakeholder of the Governor's high-speed rail effort, just as the Governor's father was an initial supporter of the BART system. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Schott. John Rector, followed by Leanne Eager.
Hi, good morning, and thank you all for giving us the opportunity to speak here. I think I'm the last operating engineer person to speak today, hopefully. It's obvious we represent a lot of workers, and we really appreciate the board and the CEO and the whole high-speed rail staff for doing what they've done to get us to this point today. I know that the first phase has been bid and awarded, and we look forward to being able to provide the skilled workers to those companies to get this job done and to help fix some of our congestion problems on the highways. Just want to thank you all once again for your vision to keep this thing moving forward. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Rector. Leanne Eager, followed by Diana Lacombe, and then Paul Guerrero.
Good morning, Chairman. And I was going to welcome Mr. Frank, but
We'll tell them you did.
I'm a UC Davis Law School alumni, so I was going to tell him.
We'll make sure he knows that.
They taught me well at UC Davis. One of the things they taught me at law school was to question everything and to do my own analysis. And if you don't believe that, you could just ask my husband. I question everything. I don't believe what people tell me until I really read it. And 4 years ago next week, I started going to high-speed rail meetings. When in Fresno, I started at the EDC, and they said, we need you to start looking into this high-speed rail thing. We're not quite sure it's actually going to happen. And so I started going. And as some of you know, and I think I've gone to lots of meetings with many of you, is that I think since that time I've gone to about 10,000 high-speed rail meetings and read everything I can get my hands on to make sure that I understand and I make those decisions for myself. And one of the things that I have found over these last 4 years is that it's not an option anymore on whether we support high-speed rail. We have to have high-speed rail in California. To get people from Northern California to Southern California, there's no other way to do that. We can't put freeways in California any longer. And for those of you who say we need to bypass the Central Valley and go down I-5, I think I'm offended by that. To bypass Central California, as has happened so many times in the past, that we get left out. I'm sorry, I'm getting emotional here. We get left out of so many things. And I'm a fourth-generation Fresnan. My mother grew up in Corcoran in Kings County. My father grew up in Fresno. I went to UC Davis, and I lived in the Bay Area for a little while, and I always came back to the Central Valley of California because I know what we have to offer there. I know we feed the world. I know that we're an agriculture community, but we have so much to offer every place in the state of California. And so when we started looking at where should the high-speed rail go, I was one of those who fought really hard to make sure that it came through the Central Valley of California because we need to be connected, not just for the jobs. Of course we have to have those jobs. We have high unemployment, we have high poverty, and we've been fighting for 50 years, well, I have, to find some way out of that poverty, and nothing has worked. Nothing has changed what's happening in the Central Valley. We have 35% unemployment in some of our rural communities in Fresno County, and I know in many of those other areas in Central Valley. And nothing has helped us get out of that poverty. Nothing has helped us put people to work. But besides just those jobs that are going to be for high-speed rail, we need to be connected to the rest of the state. We are an island in ourselves. Trying to get to Los Angeles and San Francisco and San Diego and Sacramento on 99 is absolutely ridiculous. Trying to get from Fresno to any place else in the state by airline is, it's cost prohibitive. We can't do it. We have to get to those places. And I have, as many of you know, 7 grandchildren, and I have 1 more coming in January. And I want to leave California to them in a way that I dreamed it would be. Sorry. The air quality in the Central Valley of California, my kids can't breathe there. My grandchildren can't breathe there. And I keep talking to them about, please come back to Fresno. Please come back to the Central Valley. And they say, we have to have things changed. We have to make sure that we can have jobs, that we can be connected to the rest of the state, and that we can have a good livelihood for our kids and our grandkids there. The high-speed rail is one of those things, and it's not the end-all, don't get me wrong. I don't think this is the thing that's going to save us all. But it is one of those things that will allow the Central Valley to grow and prosper. I go around the country and around the world, and I sing the praises of the Central Valley of California. I'm the chair of the California Central Valley Economic Development Corporation, so we go as a group together. And I talk about what we have to offer here. And around the state and around the country, people now know who we are. People now are saying, oh, I know the Central Valley of California. That's where high-speed rail is starting, right? The people in Paris, the people in Spain say, this is your opportunity now. This is the one time in my lifetime that the whole world is looking at what we're doing. And I need, and we all need in the Central Valley, something to hold on to change this. And right now is the opportunity of a lifetime. And I know you all have hard work to do to make this right. And in Fresno County, we're helping you do that and working with all of those folks along the alignment to make sure that they are treated fairly and that they do have a right to have an advocate on their side to make sure that their businesses are given the proper appraisals that they need. We're doing all of that work. And instead of fighting back and forth on whether or not this should happen, let's all fight together and make sure that it happens right. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Eager. Diana Lacombe, followed by Paul Guerrero.
Good morning, Chairman Richard, members of the board, Mr. Morales. First of all, I would like to thank you for reissuing the disparity study RFP and also for awarding it to a small business. So thank you for that. Also, I'd like to thank you for the 3 contracts on preliminary engineering and environmental engineering that are actually out now, the RFQs. And we know that 2 of those contracts are $1 million, so that's perfect for a small business to actually prime. So we're hoping to see a couple of small businesses priming those contracts. Now, when you had the outreaches for these 3 contracts, I got a lot of calls from small businesses. The first one that was here in the north, I was told that no one introduced the prime contractors. Remember, this is the only opportunity that some of these small businesses have to meet or see who is going to be bidding on these projects. And that includes other small businesses, because if a small business is going to prime it, then the other small businesses need to know who's going to prime it. Anyway, they were never introduced. The sign-in sheet did not denote which ones were actually prime contractors. So I talked to some of the authority staff, and I was told that it would be different in the south, but apparently it wasn't, because when some of our members recommended that the prime contractors be brought up to the front or have them introduce themselves, stand up or whatever, that still did not happen. So the recommendation for this came not only from APAC, but also from your advisory board. So I would really like to see that you take that into consideration in any other outreach events, that the prime contractors are clearly visible to the subcontractors. They don't know who they are. Okay, one last issue, and that's Caltrans. You have currently an MOU with Caltrans on Highway 99. It's a $225 million contract. And we'd like to remind the board of your commitment to the 30% small business utilization. Now, we hear that Caltrans is probably going to be wanting to do all the work themselves in-house. With a $225 million contract, there's no reason why Caltrans can't subcontract out some of that work, and not just in construction, but also in the engineering. So we're recommending that you look at that. And I know that the advisory councils are going to be looking at, at that contract as well. So just to take that into consideration. So thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Lacombe. We will. Paul Guerrero, and we have 3 more speakers after him, David Cameron, Dan Dolan, and Tamsin Drew. Mr. Guerrero, good morning. I think it's still morning.
Good morning. Before I start, I'd like to comment on the lady that preceded Diana Lacombe, because I think that we're all here and we're all giving our time to make change in the world for the better. And I think the high-speed rail going to the Central Valley will have such an impact on lives. It will bring people up out of poverty, allow people to buy homes for the first time and so forth. So I urge you to not only keep the train going through the Central Valley, but to have a program, a training program to get these people into the unions, and if you have a labor agreement, and working on the railroad and change their lives. That's what we're here for. What I want to comment on today, and it'll be very short, is at the last meeting of the Department of General Services Small Business Council, it was raised, why isn't there a bonding program for small contractors who are doing business with the state? And after a lot of discussion on that, somebody said, well, what's the high-speed rail doing? They're always taking the leadership in a lot of these programs, you know, with the goal for small business and the goal for disabled veterans and so forth, and the impact that they're having. What are they doing on this? And I urge you to take a look at this. There are a lot of bonding programs out there that assist small businesses in getting bonding and so forth. And maybe it's something your staff could look at, maybe your small business council could look at it. But why don't we take the leadership in that and do that too? What the heck, we're doing everything else. Why not? Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Guerrero. David Cameron, followed by Dan Dolan and Tamsin Drew.
Thank you, Chair Richard and Board. I've been attending these meetings for the past 4.5 years or so, and I have to say it's quite remarkable the transformation that we've seen in that 4.5 years, both in the presence of the board and the professionalism of the board, and in the turnaround that we've seen in the people who come to the meeting. There used to be a lot of opposition, and I think that the skill and the attention and the courtesy of the board has helped ameliorate that. I know there is still opposition out there, and the fact of the matter is that facts are stubborn things. We have 32 million registered vehicles in this state now. We have a population that's going to grow by 10 million. Our freeways are already choked with congestion. The San Francisco to LA airports are the most congested in the country, with an average of an hour delay, 230 flights a day. And the air in the Central Valley is the worst in the nation. So those who say they want to not have high-speed rail, you have to come up with some form of moving people, of transporting people, because a successful economy operates on effective and efficient transportation. If you expand the airports, if you expand the freeways, you're going to chew up more valuable agricultural land than you will by the high-speed rail. And it will be significantly, almost 3 times as expensive as the project that's proposed before us. Now, we have a proven, viable, alternative form of transportation that's been done around the world, and successfully and prosperously, and high-speed rail has been that proven alternative. So I think you have all made very valuable points, but facts remain stubborn things. So as Teamsters, I'm with the Teamsters Rail Conference. We're very strong supporters of the project, and we appreciate all the hard work you've been doing. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Cameron. Mr. Dolan, good morning, sir. And then our last speaker is Tamsin Drew.
Thank you, Chairman Richard and Jeff Morales and the board. Dan Dolan, Martinez, California. I'm here today to thank you and show appreciation for the work that you all have done the last several months. And I will probably hear more information today, but it would seem to me that the groundbreaking should occur sometime this month or next month. And I ask Dan Richard if you will consider inviting all of us in the audience to the groundbreaking.
Thank you, Mr. Dolan. You know, I don't get to make that decision, so I think that's a good thing, actually. But I'm sure if and when we get to that point, it'll be a public event, but I appreciate that. Ms. Drew, you're the last speaker this morning. Thank you for your patience. Good morning.
Thank you. Tamsin Jerome with the Mayor's Office in San Francisco, and I'm here to provide the San Francisco's points in support of California High-Speed Rail Project. The California High-Speed Rail Project will provide near-term and long-term benefits to our state and local economies. In addition to the construction jobs that will be created in the near term, the project will provide transportation alternatives to our congested airports and roadways, reduce greenhouse gas emissions, enhance urban rail, and spur economic growth for our state and local economies. The project will begin with investments not only in the Central Valley, but in our regional transportation systems as well. These investments in our infrastructure will have long-term benefits throughout our state. Specifically, the project will convert the existing diesel engine-driven Caltran commuter rail service to electrically powered service along the 50-mile corridor from San Francisco to San Jose. Electrified trains will consume less energy, decreasing emissions by approximately 49,000 metric tons per year. Electrification will also provide a welcome increase in service frequency and station access. According to the Bay Area Council's Economic Institute, the specific benefits of Caltran electrification include the following. Construction can be expected to add 9,500 full-time equivalent job years to the state economy, with the vast majority, over 90%, being in the Bay Area. Construction will increase California's gross state product by $950 million. State and local tax collections will see an increase of $70 million during the construction phase, and property values near Caltrain can be expected to see an increase of as much as $1 billion. San Francisco strongly supports California high-speed rail via the blended system and Caltrain electrification. And thanks for letting me have the last word today.
Thank you, Ms. Drew. Okay, with that, we complete the public comment period. I feel compelled to just make one or two quick remarks. As I said before, the public comment period is that time when the public gets to express their views, their suggestions, criticisms, objections, and so forth. It's your time to speak, and it's not our time to engage in debate with you or to respond, but to, as Stacy Mortensen pointed out, to listen, both to compliments and to criticisms. But there were two comments made this morning that I really feel it's important for us to just clear the air on. And my colleague, Lynn Shank, exhorts us all the time that we need to do a better job communicating what we're doing to the public. I think this is one of those points where we need to do that. And the first thing I was concerned with was any suggestion that this board would in any way operate outside or in exceedance of or trying to ignore a decision or an order of this judge or any other judge. We sit here, and I think that of all the people in the room, the people who have the greatest sense of fidelity to what the voters passed in Prop 1A are sitting up here. We are endeavoring to build what the voters asked us to build when they passed that, an electrified high-speed rail system that connects our great cities in this great state. And that's what we're building. That's what we're intending to build. And we have never wavered from that in any way. The judge found that along the way, in putting together a funding plan in November 2011, we fell short. We acknowledge that he found that. That informs our actions, and it will inform them in the future. But as our general counsel pointed out, he was also asked by plaintiffs to issue an order stopping the project, and he didn't do so. So we're operating in complete conformance with what the judge said. We did, and we will continue to do that. The second point that was made, well, on that point of fidelity to Prop 1A, it was said that, well, there's no way that you can have 2 hours and 40 minutes. There's no way with the blended approach that you can achieve these things. And again, I think, as Ms. Shank has pointed out, maybe we've just not done a good job of communicating this. The bedrock of our decision in April of 2012 that we could proceed with a blended approach was the realization that we could achieve the objectives of Prop 1A at lower cost. It was never to walk away from those provisions of Prop 1A. So we sit here today believing absolutely that we will have the speeds and the time necessary to accomplish what the voters intended to accomplish and do it at less cost. I just want people to be really clear on that. We've walked away from nothing. And if you look at the business plan that was adopted in November 2008, right after the vote, there's a map in there that Senator Galgiani pointed out to Mr. Morales and me one day sitting in her office that showed that at that time, they showed different speeds on the system because just by the nature of its geometry going through high density areas, it's going to slow down. The trains don't come into Paris at 200 miles an hour, and neither would they do that on the California high-speed rail system. So we are building the system envisioned in Prop 1A, and we're doing it at cheaper cost. So I just felt that it's important to make those 2 points because fidelity to the law is something that every one of us takes very seriously. And finally, I do understand this concern, particularly with people who are in the path of this, about displacement of homes and businesses and farms. And I think the evidence that we take that very seriously can be found in the agreement that was reached with the Madera and Merced County Farm Bureaus, where we have gone to extraordinary lengths to set aside and protect agricultural land. That agreement could be a model up and down the state. We've already had other farm bureaus ask us if they could sign on to that template. But I think it's really important to note something that the mayor of Fresno has pointed out. You know, we're looking at maybe 4,500 acres of land to take up and down the 130 miles of our initial construction. The city of Fresno, not the county, not the combined cities of the valley, the city of Fresno in the last 40 years converted 50,000 acres of agricultural land to residential development. Residential sprawl is the single biggest threat to the Central Valley. It's followed by other threats: highway expansion, energy production. I'm not sure high-speed rail's in the top 3 or 4. And in fact, I think that high-speed rail, as we've just seen from a study that came out of UCLA and University of California Davis Law Schools, can be a really critical tool to help prevent sprawl in the Central Valley. So we don't sit up here thinking, oh, if we can just run over these farms and businesses, we can put in this shiny train system. We sit here and we think, if we do this right and we plan for it correctly, we will help enhance the environment, save ag land in the Central Valley. Now, you can disagree with us. It's your right and your privilege, and we'll engage in that discussion and debate. But in terms of the hearts and minds of this organization and where we are, that's what we're thinking. So I appreciate people allowing me to take just a moment to comment on that. With that, what I'd like to suggest is that before we proceed with the rest of our agenda, why don't we give everybody a 5-minute, and I mean 5-minute, comfort break. And this is one time I am going to ask the timekeeper to actually keep time. So, yeah, the chair won't move, which will guarantee that he's not. Okay, thank you. We'll be back in public session here. We will now proceed through our agenda, and I know that Mr. Hartnett is waiting for me to skip over item 2, the approval of the board minutes, because I always do that, but this time I'm not going to. I move approval. Okay, so the board minutes from the last meeting have been moved by Mr. Hartnett and seconded by Ms. Shank. Could the secretary please call the roll?
Vice Chair Richards?
Yes.
Vice Chair Hartnett?
Yes.
Mr. Rossi?
Yes.
Ms. Shank?
Yes.
Ms. Perez Estelano?
Yes.
Mr. Henning?
Yes.
Mr. Frank?
Abstain.
Chairman Richard?
Yes. Okay, that item's adopted. Next, we move on to a status report on the request for qualifications for construction package 2 and 3. Before Frank Baca leads us in that discussion, I think it's probably a good time to ask our CEO to step back and give us an overall status report on where we are with the progression of things for the high-speed rail program. So, Jeff, can you do that?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chairman. Your comments, yes. We'll get on to packages 2 and 3 in a moment, but I think it's important that we recognize that we are moving ahead with package 1, the first contract. When the legislature passed SB 1029 last summer, that provided the appropriation to move forward in specific direction to enter into contracts. And we have done so with the first design-build contract. Just a little over a year from the time the legislature gave us the green light to move forward, we are in fact moving forward. We are under contract and underway with the first high-speed rail system in this state and in this country. We have entered into the contract. The first notice to proceed has been given to the contractor. They're mobilizing, beginning design work. We're going to start seeing, we are in fact starting to see some of the earliest benefits to Fresno with the permanent team that will be moving into Fresno as part of the contractor, 100 plus people who will be there for the duration of the project, many of them moving in with families who will be spending money in Fresno or going out to dinner, buying food, buying things, and providing an immediate boost to the city. We'll also see early on in the project something, Ms. Eager raised the air quality issue, and that's such an important issue in the Central Valley. One of the provisions in the contract is a requirement that the contractor utilize the very latest technology from a clean air perspective, what's called Tier 4 equipment, licensed by the EPA. What we'll see over the coming months will be the beginning of equipment coming into Fresno that will ultimately be used on the construction that will be the very cleanest construction equipment available in the world. And so through this project, we will begin introducing that clean technology into the Central Valley. So we're very, very pleased with that. We'll continue to move forward as the design goes forward and issue the subsequent notices to proceed for the contractor to keep this program on schedule and moving forward. At the same time, we are proceeding on other fronts. SB 1029 also authorized the continuation of the environmental and planning work on the other corridors, as well as the completion and now moving forward with the Fresno-Bakersfield section. And that brings us to the next item, which is the construction packages 2 and 3. And I would also point out, and I think building on some comments you made, Mr. Chairman, I see it certainly as my job and that of my team to not only implement this program, but to always look at how we can improve it and deliver it more efficiently. And the packaging of this next contract is an example of that. We've reached out extensively to industry, asked them about how we can do things more efficiently, and so the proposal before you today, the update before you, is how we will move forward with the next set of contracts in a more efficient way that I think will produce better results for the state and, again, keep us moving. So with that, we can, you have the materials in front of you. I think, Frank, you're going to give, or Scott Jarvis, excuse me, will give a quick update on that, and we'd be happy to take any questions.
All right. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chairman and members of the board. My name is Scott Jarvis. I'm the Deputy Program Manager for the High Speed Rail Authority. So in January 2013, authority staff presented the board with a status update of construction packages CP 2, 3, and 4. At that time, staff intended to release one or more requests for qualifications, RFQs, for CPs 2, 3, and 4, and indicated that those construction packages would extend south from Fresno to Bakersfield. So since January 2013, authority staff has continued to examine options for proceeding with these RFQs and concluded that the best path forward is to consolidate CPs 2 and 3 and retain CP4 as a separate procurement. As Mr. Morales mentioned, we're always looking for ways to be as efficient as we can. So the purpose of this presentation is to provide the board with a status update on the release of the RFQ to interested design build teams for design and construction for the next construction package, which we refer to as CP23. So the first construction segment, or the FCS, just a little background for everybody here, of the high-speed rail program. It'll run through the Central Valley between Merced and Bakersfield and will involve multiple design build contracts for the final design construction of all trackway civil infrastructure up to the top of the subgrade, below the ballast. And a separate design build contract will be developed for the track work along the entire length of the FCS. So the approach for selecting and awarding the next design build contract for CP23 will be similar to that for CP1, specifically a two-phase process designed to obtain the best value for the authority. In the first phase, an RFQ will be issued, and each of the submitting teams will be evaluated for the qualifications to perform the work. In the second phase, a request for proposal, or RFP, is issued to each qualified design build team with proposals due on a specific date. The authority anticipates releasing one RFQ for CP23 that would extend from East American Avenue in Fresno south to approximately 1 mile north of the Tulare-Kern County line. The length of this segment is approximately 60 miles. Statements of qualifications, SOQs, will first be reviewed for responsiveness and to ensure financial capacity to deliver CP23. The evaluation selection criterion, it has been altered from that of CP1 so that it is more uniquely tailored to the specific elements of CP23 such that the authority will be able to qualify the design build team best suited for this particular project. The general elements the teams will be asked to address and upon which they will be evaluated will include past performance, the quality of the design build team, project understanding, and innovation in minimizing impacts on agriculture and other natural resources. Staff anticipates that no less than 3 teams will be shortlisted to receive the RFP for CP23. However, the authority will retain the ability to shortlist any number of teams it deems to be in the best interest of the state. Only teams that are financially and technically capable will be shortlisted. Offerers will bear all costs of their SOQ submittal and will receive no stipend at the RFQ and SOQ phase of the procurement. The selected contractor shall provide final design and construction for the civil infrastructure complete in place up to the top of the subgrade. The future RFP will more clearly delineate the project limits and scope of work responsibilities. As called for by the board's policies and procedures, staff will seek future board approval to issue the RFP. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Questions from members of the board? I just have one quick question on this, maybe for the CEO. First of all, I for one applaud the efficiency that you're bringing to this. I think that that's very important and very good. As we balance different countervailing considerations, I know one issue that we've heard a lot about from Ms. Lacombe, Mr. Guerrero, and others that they represent is the ability of smaller businesses, both DBEs, MBEs, and small business to be able to participate in these contracts. And if we consolidate, it tends to make for larger contract awards. I know that you are committed to this policy of of full participation by all segments of our economy. Have you thought about how to strike the balance between efficiency and accessibility?
Certainly, Mr. Chairman. We reached the decisions about consolidating this package based in part on specific discussions that we had with each of the teams that bid on construction package 1, as well as with other firms who expressed interest in bidding on the next packages. Have also kept the Small Business Advisory Committee engaged and involved in these discussions. We asked each of the potential bidders about this issue specifically, whether consolidating would create any barriers to their compliance with small business. We asked every one of them specifically. We got the same answer back, which is that it would not. The 30% goal will apply regardless of the size of the contract, so they will be required to meet the board's goal as established. We will continue to do the outreach and other efforts we've been doing to make sure that there are small businesses out there capable of performing the work and that they're aware of it. So we looked at this question with that issue of small business participation in mind and feel very comfortable that we will be able to retain and maintain the board's focus on this issue as we go ahead.
Excellent. Thank you. Okay, thank you very much for that presentation. And Mr. Morales, thank you for your remarks in introducing that. They were very helpful. We appreciate it. The next issue is approval of a contingency fund for construction package 1. John Tapping.
Mr. Chairman, I'd just say as John steps up, this is now, at the last board meeting, the board approved the policy and the approach for contingencies on construction contracts, on all of our construction contracts. This is now the implementation of that policy and the application of it to the first contract, but consistent with the policy that was approved last month by the board.
Okay, thank you.
Good afternoon, Chairman Richard.
Good afternoon.
And board members. My name is John Tapping. I'm the risk manager for the authority. It's my pleasure to be before you again.
Mr. Tapping, could I ask you to just either pull the microphone a little closer or speak up? We want to make sure it's on the record.
Thank you.
Thank you.
This agenda item is to recommend approval of a construction contract contingency fund for the CP1 contract. By way of background, as Jeff mentioned, at the June board meeting, the board approved award of the CP1 contract via Resolution 1312. In the August 2013 board meeting, the board approved a policy and procedure for establishing construction contract contingency based on a state of the practice, risk-informed approach via Resolution 1320. The authority, risk management, and executive staff have conducted an exhaustive risk-informed analysis since that time on CP1 contract work and has, by this presentation, is making a recommendation for the CP1 contract contingency. At this time, the authority recommends, based on this extensive analysis, looking at all of the risk in the project and assessing the risks and running various models, including Monte Carlo modeling, recommends a $160 million project-level contingency for the project, with the CEO authorized to manage and report back to the board on the management of the contingencies with the extensive checks and balances that the authority now has in place for managing contingency. I would like to mention that the allocation of project contingency is in no way a change to the budget or approved budget as was authorized in the business plan. It is simply an allocation for uncertainties in this particular contract, and there were estimates of contract and program contingency in the budget. So there is no budget change. It is simply an allocation of contingency to account for uncertainties and risks in the CP1 contract. At this point, I'll take any questions that you have.
Okay. Questions? Yes. Ms. Schenk.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chairman. I just wanted to make sure that the public was aware that we on the board individually had very in-depth briefings on this from the staff. It was very labor-intensive, that they took the time to brief us and to answer all of our questions. So we're not just doing this based on this brief presentation, but we have had a lot of hours, both staff hours and authority member hours invested in this.
Thank you. I appreciate those comments. Any other questions? Yes. Vice Chair Richards.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So would it be fair to say then that the contingency that we're talking about here, John, is a contingency that is certainly a possibility, not an absolute, but this is a contingency that sets a funding stream up for potential items which may occur but were not anticipated and could not be anticipated with a 15% design set of drawings from which the RFPs were responding to.
That's an accurate statement.
Thank you.
Mr. Richards, if I could just expand on that slightly. These risks are also unmitigated, meaning that we've looked at the potential impacts of the various risks that go into this and assigned a dollar value to them. We now work and are in fact implementing already specific measures to mitigate every risk within that, so as to avoid actually having to exercise the contingency if at all possible.
Okay.
Thank you.
Ms. Perez.
Thank you very much. It would be helpful if you could explain a little bit about how the Buy America requirements kind of impacted this. I think it's important that the public and that we kind of help everyone understand how we came to these new conclusions.
Okay. In the recent months, there's been an emerging issue with the Buy America regulations. And there have been some changes, and it's not just statewide, it's nationwide with regard to utilities and relocation of utilities. And prior to the regulations, Buy America requirements did not apply to relocation of temporary utilities. And because of these regulations, they now do. So that is an uncertainty going into the CP1 contract with regard to basically ramping up suppliers, working with suppliers, getting them on board with the Buy America requirements. And there's some uncertainty and risk involved in going forward in that particular matter. So that was one of many risks that was assessed in the Monte Carlo modeling and is represented in the contingency request number. And again, as Jeff mentioned, we are doing extensive risk mitigations on all of the major risk issues. That one in particular, working with our federal stakeholders, working with suppliers, and looking at creative ways to implement the Buy America and comply while mitigating potential risks to schedule and cost.
Thank you.
Okay. Finally, I would only note, as I did last month, that Monte Carlo modeling refers to a very sophisticated risk management technique of scenario analysis and not what might be a more common understanding of that. I guess I should add that Mr. Rossi is an expert in this technique. You certainly may. Can you speak up a little bit, Mr. Rossi? Not really. Some wise person did not give you a live microphone.
I get it. I understand completely.
Excellent work by the staff.
Preparation, I understand.
Yeah.
When Tom was talking about the 15% design, the contingency that we're looking at today is a 70% confidence level. Is that not right?
Correct.
And so that 70% confidence level will get better as we move through time. And it's not inconceivable that it will go down, but it's also not inconceivable that it could go up. And the continued running of the models, getting the S-curves right, will keep us ahead of that exercise.
Yes, exactly. My mantra in going forward with the risk management program is to do continuous Monte Carlo modeling on a quarterly basis and trending of the contingency. And we can track all of these risk mitigations that we're doing. And with these risk mitigations in place, we would expect to see some more optimism in the modeling as we go forward.
And would it be inappropriate to say that, given where we started this exercise and where we are today with our contingency, that in more sophisticated modeling, the more real-time modeling, that if it wasn't for Buy America, that we've been pretty close to our number. In fact, probably a little high.
That's correct.
Other questions? Vice Chair Hart.
Thank you. Just a comment and a question. When we talk about a risk that's mitigated or unmitigated, the language used is not clear to me. In a layman's sense, I think what we're saying is we are identifying risks that we haven't gotten rid of yet, and we're going to try to get rid of them the best we can. Isn't that instead of talking about mitigated and unmitigated, isn't that another way of referring to what we're doing?
Yes.
Okay. So it just is easier for me to understand when we're using language that is more direct. And then there's a reference to the budget, not that the contingency is within the budget, but I think if you could explain, because there's a reference to we had a $140 million figure, now we have a $160 million figure. So you just make reference to how that fits within the overall budget and our contingency plan.
There's also a program level contingency. The phase one blended, it's approximately $2 billion. And what its intended purpose is to cover, it's in the budget, and what it's intended to cover are those program-wide issues, risks, uncertainty, much like the Buy America issue. So essentially, the draw from a $2 billion program contingency is appropriate and common practice for contingency management.
I do want to stress, if I could just to close this out, that there's, in adopting a contingency, there is no commitment to spend that contingency. It is, again, the allowance to work through these issues, but recognizing that there are issues out there. We need to identify those and then manage through them, but this is not a commitment to expend these dollars.
Right. Also, Jim, I understand the need for clarifying language, but I think that you would agree with this, John. In a financial sense, mitigation doesn't mean you get rid of the problem. It just means that you may reduce it or you may do something different, but it doesn't necessarily mean you get rid of the problem. I don't want to leave anyone with the thought process that what we're talking about is that John or management will be able to get rid of the problem. They will do everything they can to reduce the cost of that potential.
And I'll just close on this. I think stepping back, it's important to reemphasize something that we talked about last month when we talked about the establishment of the overall policy. Mr. Tapping today has talked about what we're going to do with respect to this construction package under the umbrella of that policy. But I think the thing that makes me feel comfortable as a more lay person on this is that we all know that large infrastructure projects have risk of construction cost overruns and things going wrong. We know that. We all know that there are lessons to be learned from the recent Bay Bridge experience. What Mr. Tapping and the staff, Mr. Morales and others have done, what Mr. Rossi has overseen with Tom Richards on the Finance and Audit Committee, is a set of very sophisticated tools, the best that we can come up with, to both establish the right level of contingency using sophisticated techniques, not just pulling some 10% number out of the air, but using sophisticated techniques, which then allows us, as we go forward, day by day, week by week, month by month, to be monitoring those and assessing those and reassessing those. So as far as we know, this may be, if not the most sophisticated, among the most sophisticated risk management programs that any large infrastructure project has in the country. And I think that that's not to say that something can't go wrong, But it is to say that we're very focused on the issue of risk management and not moving forward on some kind of Pollyanna expectation that everything's going to be okay. And with that, I would just say I think that it's a well thought out program. There's been, I know, a tremendous amount of work on the part of Mr. Tapping, Mr. Morales, the staff people involved, as well as the Finance and Audit Committee. And Jeff, if there's anybody else I need to recognize on that, you'll help me out. But if that is helpful, then maybe we can see if there's a... Okay, there's a motion by Ms. Shank and a second set by Mr. Rossi. Will the Secretary please call the roll? Thank you, Mr. Tapping.
Vice Chair Richards?
Yes.
Vice Chair Hartnett?
Yes.
Mr. Umberg? My apologies. Mr. Rossi? Ms. Shank?
Yes.
Ms. Perez Estelano?
Yes.
Mr. Henning?
Yes.
Mr. Frank?
Yes.
Chairman Richard?
Yes. Thank you very much. The next item is an item on the approval of agreements with utility companies for relocation. Because I've had both past and some continuing relationship with Pacific Gas and Electric Company, I'm going to recuse myself for the deliberation and discussion of this and ask Mr. Hartnett to manage this item.
Mr. Chairman, I too will recuse myself because I believe that my retirement plan has some AT&T stock and it's an excessive caution. I too will recuse myself.
And also, my firm is working with UC Berkeley with PG&E, and so I'll recuse myself as well.
We're good. I think we just lost it.
Who's full of gas? Oh, excuse me.
Please.
Okay, well, thank you, rest of the board, for staying with us. And that brings us to our Chief Counsel, Tom Falens, to introduce this topic.
Vice Chair Hartnett, I'll wait for the board members to leave the room, and then I'll start my presentation.
If you speak quietly, they won't be able to hear you.
Vice Chair Hartnett and members of the board, this next item that we're asking for approval has to do with the agreements for utility companies. As you're aware, through Construction Package 1, it's an urban area. There are a lot of conflicts with utilities that our project will be involved in. And a lot of those utilities must be relocated, rearranged. And what we have done is we've reached out over the last couple of years to these utility companies and worked out the beginnings of cooperative agreements to set forth the parameters, the risk allocation, and those sort of contract terms, but not moving ahead with any particular agreement with any of them except the design builder. The design builder is going to relocate all of the utilities except the utilities for two companies because they have asked for the opportunity and option to remove and relocate the utilities themselves. And those two companies are AT&T and PG&E. Just to give you a perspective, I have some numbers in there on the cost estimates for the relocation for the utilities for these two companies. The total utility relocation estimate for CP1 is $195 million. Through the area of CP1 is $195 million, and we believe that about $86 million will be the cost in CP1 with the Tudor Perini Group. There's about $40 million of utility relocation costs that Caltrans will be engaged with, and they will do that work. The Caltrans contractor and Tudor Perini will do all of that work. So what remains is AT&T and PG&E, and they each have a significant amount of utility relocation. About 10% of the total utility relocation will involve AT&T facilities. About 25% of the total relocation within the CP1 arena is about 25% is with PG&E. As I mentioned, we have entered into some cooperative agreements with these utility companies, and what we're asking for here is approval to have the CEO or his designee enter into a series of agreements with both AT&T and PG&E for the actual work to be done to relocate these utilities. Some of these agreements will involve different facilities and will have different durations of time. We estimate to be from 1 to 5 years. Some of the types of utilities that will be relocated are gas lines and electricity distribution systems owned by PG&E, and fiber cable and buried cable that is owned by the AT&T company. The agreements would be managed by the authority supervising transportation engineer in conjunction with the authority CP1 contract manager. And all of the funding for these agreements is included in the cost estimates for the revised business plan and for the cost estimates in the Central Valley for the initial construction section. So the staff recommends that this board approve the 2 resolutions that are attached, which would allow the CEO to enter into a number of agreements with both these companies. The first resolution asks for approval in the amount of $18,412,133, and that work is for the AT&T work. And then the larger amount, the $50,433,506 estimate, is for the work to be done directly by PG&E. I can answer any questions that you might have. We do have a cost breakdown as well, showing the breakdown of the costs that I just mentioned the totals for. Some of it is for plans, specification, and estimate. Some is for the construction work itself, and there's also some coordination budget involved. These are budgets. These are spending up to. We'll be paying for these costs directly in these task orders that we would issue.
Thank you, Mr. Flens. Board members, any questions? Yes.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Chair. Mr. Flens, I mean, my experience is this is a reasonably common approach to dealing with utilities and relocation in California. I don't know that we have any alternative, is there?
We don't. The utilities own their own facilities, and we have the option. We negotiate with them.
Right.
They're there. We have the ability to go through some eminent domain process to have the utilities relocated, but we've gone with an approach that's worked in cooperation, entering these cooperative agreements. These 2 companies prefer to move their own facilities. They have reasons for doing so. Many of them are large, complex facilities. They service large groups of the population, and they want to have control of that themselves. And they have the skill, equipment, and know-how to do it themselves, and that's what they prefer. So we have cost estimates here that we think are reasonable. We have been working with them, going back and forth about what the cost should be, and it will be a time and material type arrangement with them.
Well, I would think that we would be well served to let them relocate their own facilities, and if there is no other comments, Mr. Vice Chair, I'd move for approval.
Okay. We can take the resolution separately. If you first move approval of 1322 related to AT&T. We have a second? Second. Moved and seconded. If we could have the roll call, please.
Vice Chair Richards?
Yes.
Vice Chair Hartnett?
Yes.
Mr. Rossi? Mr. Henning?
Yes.
Mr. Frank?
Yes. That everybody, I think. So, Vice Chair Richards, did you move also 1323? Thank you. Do we have a second? Second. Same second. Roll call, please.
Vice Chair Richards?
Yes.
Vice Chair Hartnett?
Yes.
Mr. Rossi? Mr. Henning?
Yes.
Mr. Frank?
Yes. Great. Thank you. Both
Okay.
passed unanimously. If someone can retrieve our chair and others, I see they're
Great.
coming.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Flynn. As the other board members are approaching, if the next item is the request for delegation of authority to the CEO on Union Pacific contracts, and that's going to be presented by Frank Vaca, our Chief Program Engineer, and with the support from Karen Green Ross, our Assistant Chief Counsel. Welcome back, Mr. Chair and board members. Thank you. We didn't do anything later on.
Mr. Chair, if I could, this item, isn't it, we've talked about the progress that the program is making. This is another important step forward. Union Pacific will be a very important partner with us going forward with this program, and these agreements represent a real step forward in our relationship with them and clear the way, in fact, for us to move ahead with the first construction package.
Great.
And I want to commend Karen and Frank in particular for the great work they've done in getting us to this point.
Okay. Great. Thank you. Mr. Vaca.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chairman and members of the board. Our first construction package is about to start. We've signed the contract, and it runs from Madera Acres through the city of Fresno. Those 29 miles are primarily adjacent to the Union Pacific Railroad. And throughout that 29 miles, we go over, we go under, and we go directly adjacent to the Union Pacific. And it's with their cooperation that we need to have in all junctures during this construction to be successful. The agreements will allow us to have access to their land for environmental and construction risk assessment, will allow us, our contractor, to have access during their construction, will allow us to have joint benefit projects such as intrusion barriers, which I'll discuss a little bit further, and will provide for safe operation during construction for the UP and after construction for both the UP and for the authority. We've been before the board last year on 2 previous agreements with the UP, an MOU and a reimbursement agreement, and those are the basis under which these agreements were negotiated. In particular, the engineering, construction, and maintenance agreement has a number of critical items. One is that anywhere along the right-of-way where our tracks are within 102 feet of their property line, we have agreed to construct intrusion barriers. Those barriers are for the protection of our trains to ensure that freight trains don't interfere with our operation, and conversely, protect the freight operation, ensure that our trains won't interfere with them. And that is a major portion of this agreement. We also have agreed that we will utilize the UP design standards in conjunction with the high-speed rail standards and the industry standards, American Railroad Engineering and Maintenance Way Association standards, integrated to ensure that the designs and what we build adjacent to the railroad meets all of our standards concurrently for the safe operation. The agreement allows for flagging protection to be provided for our contractors during the construction phase, and will allow for the Union Pacific to do the work on their facilities, either temporary relocation of tracks or signals or permanent, with their forces on their property. We will be coming to the authority in the future for a purchase and sales agreement that are directly related to any parcels that the authority will need permanently or in temporary, and over air rights agreements for the overpasses that will be constructing that area. Also, in conjunction with the engineering, construction, and maintenance agreement, there will be indemnity and insurance requirement terms that have been negotiated. The I&I terms are based on existing state and federal laws, including the Amtrak Act, which specifically addresses commercial passenger liability. The Amtrak Act imposes a statutory liability cap of $200 million on aggregate damages from a signal incidents. The authority will be responsible for losses in excess of negotiated policy limits and coverage restrictions. However, that additional risk exposure will be mitigated through high-speed rail insurance options such as owner-controlled insurance programs and passenger rail insurance pools. So we feel that all the indemnification insurance requirements are in place to protect both UP and the authority. We request that that this be approved, that this resolution delegate to the Chief Executive Officer the ability to execute a construction engineering maintenance agreement related to I&I agreements and related I&I agreements with the Union Pacific. These agreements will be set up in a 5-year reimbursement agreement for payment of all actual and eligible costs incurred by the UP Railroad in an amount not to exceed $39,400,000. These funds are for the actual costs incurred for flagging, construction materials related to the infrastructure of the UP Railroad. And I'm prepared for any questions at this time.
Questions? Vice Chair Hartnett.
Yes, it's really a comment, and this relates both to this item and our prior item. These are the conceptual agreements, and the details of the agreements on these items are very detailed, and they're not necessarily easy to accomplish. And I know our CEO has spent substantial time in connection with these matters, and as well as have other senior staff. I think these items reflect not only that these are necessary things for us to do as we proceed forward with our construction package and our implementation of high-speed rail, but they also reflect the continuing maturation of our organization. I think it's important to note the difference between this organization as it is now and as it once was when high-speed rail was in the eye of the beholder rather than something that was actually going to be in the ground. And this reflects really the transformation of our organization under the leadership of the CEO. So I just want to recognize the importance of the CEO and our staff in not just the construction packages, which we've talked about extensively, but in these kinds of matters which are so important to the success of our ability to perform overall and to perform specifically in the areas where these contracts apply. So I just want to express my appreciation for the CEO and for the rest of the staff of getting us to this stage of performance.
Thank you. I think we all share in those comments. Mr. Morales, you wanted to make one point about this. Briefly, first, on behalf of the staff, I'll accept Mr. Hartnett's comments, certainly, and in turn pass them along to the staff who worked on this. 3 quick points on this. One, these agreements have been arrived at with the concurrence and the review of the Federal Railroad Administration also, and it's important to note that, and that's in part to ensure consistency with national practice and what's done in other states. Secondly, part of the importance of this agreement, I think, following on Mr. Hartnett's comments, is not only is it important for us to move forward and be able to build efficiently and ultimately operate efficiently, but obviously to make sure that the freight rail network continues unimpeded as well. So the agreement is really intended to protect both sides of the equation. And then third, as part of this agreement, it's not built into the agreement, but it was part of our discussions. We've gone a long way toward improving our ongoing relationships with the UP. We've now got formal interaction at the project level, which will allow for the day-to-day sort of communication and coordination that we need. And then as well as we are initiating with them quarterly senior management meetings to ensure that we continue to move forward in the spirit of partnership that has gotten us to this point. So it is an important turning point in our relationship and a step forward. Very good. Other questions? Ms. Perez-Estalano.
Yes, I have a simple question, and I apologize, but I'm curious, and I don't mean to take away, because I think it's phenomenal how much success we have made. Is this 102 feet an industry standard? I mean, I just kind of planned trains and never built the trains, but Frank, I know you've done that. So is that just an industry standard that UP, I'm assuming it comes from?
We are the first high-speed rail program in the country, so there is no standard. And we have done engineering analysis and with the help of John Tapping in terms of risk assessment analysis of possible scenarios of what the right distance should be. And we worked with the UP and we've worked with the BNSF and ourselves and our program management team, the Parsons Brinckerhoff, to come up with what we all consider to be an appropriate distance. Also reviewed and approved by will be submitted to the FRA safety. So it's going to become an industry standard based on the fact that we're out of the barn first.
Well, I appreciate that because I really didn't know where that came from, and I was trying to kind of call back my transportation planning days, and that's very helpful because I think the question of how the systems operate in a kind of collaborative fashion is really important for everyone to understand, that we are working on the front end to make sure that these systems are safe, they operate, that we are doing what we need to do in our planning and engineering phase to protect everybody's interests. But I really do appreciate our team working with the railroad folks and making sure that everybody's interest in safety is considered. Thanks, Frank.
Thank you. Other questions? All right, I think we're ready to take action on this item.
Move approval.
Okay. It's been moved by Vice Chair Hartnett, seconded by Ms. Perez Estelano. Could you please call the roll?
Vice Chair Richards?
Yes.
Vice Chair Hartnett?
Yes.
Mr. Rossi? Yes. Ms. Shank?
Yes.
Ms. Perez Estelano?
Yes.
Mr. Henning?
Yes.
Mr. Frank?
Yes.
Chairman Richard?
Yes. Okay, thank you very much. And I think Mr. Hartnett expressed the combined appreciation of the board members for the excellent work here. So, and I also, I'm sure they're listening, we want to thank the Union Pacific Railroad Company for working with us on this. Thanks very much, Mr. Vaca. Okay, so next we'll call on Mr. Vaca.
Well, thank you again. I have the pleasure today of introducing a request for a delegation for Mr. Morales to enter an MOU with Amtrak and to issue a joint request for proposals for train sets. As you heard under public comment, that the authority and Amtrak have been working collaboratively over the last 8 to 10 months to ascertain whether a joint procurement might benefit both of our organizations and benefit the industry in general. There are no North American manufacturers of high-speed rail equipment, and as such, the market for these train sets is in the European and Asian markets. The joint procurement will do a number of items for both the authority and for Amtrak, including increasing the number of trains ordered, thereby giving us a very competitive and cost benefit on that element. 2, it helps the manufacturers in terms of increasing the order size to comply with the federal requirement Buy America, which will be quite extensive because it will require a technology transfer to the U.S. and it will take a period of time for that manufacturer, the successful manufacturer, to do that technology transfer. So there are significant benefits to the joint procurement of this first-time North American high-speed train procurement. The RFP would it be a best value procurement for the design of train sets appropriate for both of our systems. We will have a common specification and we'll have the ability to specify individual components or requirements that each of our systems might have unique need for, so that it'll serve both of our needs concurrently. The authority's initial request would be for the trains required for our initial operating segment of 20, approximately today's in our 2012 business plan. By going out with this RFP in a timely manner, as I will outline, will allow us to meet our 2022 time requirement for these train sets on our initial operating segment. We are going to be requesting a number of options and delivery opportunities for these train sets, ranging from just plain capital cost purchase of the train set to a capital cost plus maintenance to an availability payment requirement, which would help us have a 30-year provide for the train sets, the heavy maintenance facilities, and the maintenance over an extended period of time. Staff will evaluate the options, will evaluate the proposals, and come back to the board for a recommendation on which delivery option might be the best for California and the authority. The time constraints, the time around this RFP would be to issue an request for proposal this fall. Proposals due next winter, February timeframe, January timeframe. NTP scheduled for next summer. Delivery of the first train sets would be for Amtrak, and then the authorities would be behind that one with options for second and third delivery options for Amtrak and the authority. So we request, there are no capital commitments at this time for the approval of this item. This is simply a request to let an RFP. We will come back to the board with recommendations and any dollars associated with this proposal. So it's recommended that the board authorize CEO Morales to enter a memorandum of understanding with Amtrak consistent with this action and direct staff to issue a request for proposal jointly with Amtrak for the procurement of train sets for phase 1 of the high-speed rail system.
Thank you, Mr. Baca. Okay, moved by Mr. Rossi.
Second.
Seconded by Vice Chair Richards. Please call the roll.
Vice Chair Richards?
Yes.
Vice Chair Hartnett?
Yes.
Mr. Rossi? Ms. Shank?
Yes.
Ms. Perez Estelano?
Yes.
Mr. Henning?
Yes.
Mr. Frank?
Yes.
Chairman Richard?
Yes. Very good. Thank you. Okay, our last item, I'm going to have one small thing after this is done, but our last item on the agenda is an item related to exempt employee pay. Mr. Valens.
Thank you, Chairman Richard and board members. This next item is related to the CEO compensation. As you recall, in June of 2012, the board appointed Jeff Morales as the CEO and established his yearly compensation. I've attached that resolution just for your reference. The board, by statute, appoints the executive director or CEO who is exempt from civil service. Employees who are exempt from civil service are a number of executive staff level in the state civil service system, and they have certain rights, like, for example, they're at-will employees as opposed to being represented by a bargaining unit. But they're in a separate classification that's governed by statute and is also managed by the State Department of Human Resources, who manages all the employment issues for the state. And just recently, in the middle of June, the Department of Human Resources put out a program, exempt pay program memorandum, and increased the salary for exempt employees by 3% retroactive to July 1st, 2013. So staff has put together this agenda item for your consideration and recommends that you consider whether it's appropriate to give the Chief Executive Officer a retroactive 3% increase in salary to July 1st, 2013. And I can answer any questions that you might have.
Just to make sure we're clear on this, I mean, my understanding is that basically, as an exempt employee of the state, that's basically already happened, and what we're doing here is harmonizing our employment policies with him with state policies. Is that right, or do I have that wrong?
Correct.
That's right. Okay.
But you being a board that establishes the compensation for the CEO, I thought it was appropriate and proper for you to.
So the state has determined that this is going to apply to all exempt employees, and it's our decision now whether to basically harmonize our practices with that.
Correct.
Okay. Questions of board members? Yes, Mr. Frank.
I'm just curious, is our CEO position the only filled or authorized staff position, employee position that's exempt?
I think that's...
It is. No, there are a number of exempt positions within the High-Speed Rail Authority. I believe it's around 10, maybe
We'll get you
maybe
that
10
list.
positions. But the CEO position is the only position that's appointed by the board directly. Other exempt positions would be appointments from the governor's office. For example, I'm an exempt employee.
Right, and do we have to take action on that, or do they automatically
No.
comply with the same 3%?
You don't have to take action on that. And the reason this is before this board is because this board specifically by statute establishes the compensation for the CEO only. So I'm bringing this to the board for your consideration as to whether this board would approve that same 3% adjustment in salary.
Thank you for that.
Thank you. Any other questions? Just before we move it, I just want to say, since he's out of the room, I think our CEO has done a marvelous job in the last year. I mean, he has built up this organization. He has moved the process through, we've basically moved from the planning phase to the approval phase, and now what we heard today is we're in the construction phase of high-speed rail. He has done a marvelous job of attracting top talent to come to work for this organization, and I just think he's done a superb job. So we'll find the appropriate way to tell him that, and of course we'll be reviewing his work from time to time. But so.
Yeah, you speak for all of us.
Thank you. Okay, Ms. Shank moved this, and it was seconded by Mr. Rossi. Please call the roll.
Vice Chair Richards?
Yes.
Vice Chair Hartnett?
Yes.
Mr. Rossi? Ms. Shank?
Yes.
Ms. Perez-Estolano? Mr. Henning? Mr. Frank?
Yes.
Chairman Richard?
Yes. Well, that concludes our formal agenda. I just had one other item that I wanted to raise at today's meeting and just take a moment. One of the things that has been discussed from time to time, and it arose today, is the role of high-speed rail as a tool for helping the state achieve goals of sustainability in both land use and integration with other transportation systems. And this is something that we take very, very seriously. There's an opportunity here, if we build this system in the right way, to really help shape the growth of our state as we accommodate 10, 15 million new Californians over the next however many years. And a number of people have taken note of the fact that high-speed rail could be a very important tool for this. Most recently, I mentioned earlier this study that came out of UC Davis and UCLA law schools, and it exhorts us to do the right thing with high-speed rail, to work with communities in the Central Valley to help them with planning, to really help bring resources together so that as we come into these cities, particularly cities like Fresno, like Palmdale, like Bakersfield, there's an opportunity. We have visionary mayors and leaders in each of those cities and other cities who see high-speed rail as an opportunity to redevelop and rework their downtowns. And we congratulate Fresno on the receipt of a $16 million Tiger grant. The Secretary Fox was out to deliver the other day. Mr. Morales, I think you were there. And it's very exciting what's happening in some of these communities as visionary leaders look at how they can use high-speed rail to help build and rebuild the core downtowns, which themselves can be a tool for meeting the planning requirements of Senate Bill 375 and Assembly Bill 32, which require us to reduce our greenhouse gas emissions and to do a better job of integrating transportation and land use. So I think it makes sense for this board to demonstrate that we have a very strong focus and interest in that. So what I'm doing today is creating an advisory committee of the board on transportation and land use. We're blessed on this board to have subject matter experts in so many areas, whether it's in finance and risk management, Mr. Rossi, or in law and local government, Mr. Hartnett, in the history that Lynn Shank brings to this, in the business acumen of Tom Richards and so forth down the line. But we have two subject matter experts on our board now. One is Catherine Perez-Estolano, who has devoted most of her professional life to the area of transportation and land use planning. Has not only been a teacher, an instructor, professor of that, but a deputy mayor, as well as somebody who worked in the private sector. We now have Rick, who's joined us, Rick Frank, who's joined us, who his professional discipline is in environmental planning, environmental analysis, and this transportation land use area is right in a sweet spot. So we're very interested in this, and what I'd ask this advisory committee to do is to advise the board on policies that we should be adopting to encourage the use of the high-speed rail program to promote sustainability and the achievement of the state's goals for greenhouse gas reduction, both through the SB 375, AB 32, and our Air Resources Board's plans for how we meet this challenge, as well as to work with local communities and stakeholder groups. This is a tremendous opportunity for us as we look forward to planning for the future of our state. And so we're going to take this step, and I think it's an exciting one to show how much potential high-speed rail has beyond just moving people, but in shaping the way we live as we accommodate growth. So I'm allowed to do that as board chair, is to create advisory committees and name them. And Mr. Flenz is nodding. That's always good when I talk about what I'm allowed to do. And so I just wanted to cap off today's discussion with that. And Catherine and Rick, I appreciate your willingness to spend even more hours digging into this. So thank you very much. And with that, and with no other items before us, we thank everybody for coming, and we adjourn this meeting. Thank you.